I will love you anyway, even if you
I
cannot stay. No, you are the one for me. Here is where you ought to be. I just want to satisfy you, cause you're not mine and I can't deny it. Now stop it right there. Have y'all ever really listened to the words of this song? Shaka Khan says, you're not mine and I can't deny it. I hear you talking, baby. Love me now or I'll go crazy. You know, I sing that song today. First of all, it's not Wednesday. It's Tuesday. I sing that song because I was in the 5th grade and we had a field trip to San Antonio. And you know, you do Fiesta, Texas. We did the Riverwalk. And then the next day we came home. And this song was playing through the charter bus, like audio. So in the 5th grade. How old are you in the 5th grade? Like 11? And there I was singing along to Sweet Thing by Shaka Khan and Rufus. And my teacher looks over and she's like, what do you know about that? Not a lot. Not a lot. But here's what I do know. I do know that the character in that song was wrong. The character in that song probably caused a divorce. Right? She probably caused a divorce. And in the state of Texas, you know, my parents, I think I've mentioned this before, my parents were divorced. But in their case, you know, they said, think of the children. I was actually an advocate for the divorce. Talk to my mom, ask her about it. I was an encourager. I was like, Mom, we can do this. I'll get it. Listen, I'm 3 years away from being able to qualify to work. You know, we could do it. We could do it. And so I say that because our guest this afternoon used to be at the 312th Family Court as an associate judge. And, you know, we were out in the parking lot waiting to be let in.
Chopping it
up. And me and Miss Charlene, we were talking about, where do you get these numbers from? Because it's like the 312. Now, we already confused with CD 18, CD 9, CD 29, blah, 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 right? And then you got these judges. They go all the way up to the 500s. And it just doesn't make sense. Here to explain it, maybe, to my right, your left, could she be the next presiding judge of the 315th? Gloria Sanchez Glover, not to be confused with Donna Glover, who was sitting over there a couple of weeks ago and almost got taken off the ballot. Welcome to the Black House.
Thank you.
So, you're running for judge. Tell us why.
Well, so I'm running for judge in a juvenile court because I have a passion for our families.
Ooh.
Yes.
Okay.
I've been doing it for 10 years.
Okay.
I started in the drug court, in the STAR court, helping families and children overcoming addiction.
Okay.
And from there, I went to the AG's office, making $36,000 a year.
Everybody talk about that. Audrey Lawton sat there. Audrey Lawton, who, and again, Gloria didn't say this. I said this. Gloria didn't say this. I said this. Audrey Lawton's going to be the next county attorney if I have anything to do with it. But back to you. Back to you. She said the same thing about, like, you don't make any money at the AG's office. But is it like great experience, or like, why do people do it?
So it's excellent experience. I've always thought that if you're going to be a great attorney, then you have to start from the inside. If you can understand government and how government works and all of the services that are available to our community, then if and when you decide to go private, you are so far advanced above everyone else because you understand how it actually works. And so for me, when I started my whole career in law, I had already told God, lead me where you want me to go. I will dedicate my life and my service to wherever you want me to be, so long as I don't have to say monthly, how am I going to make sure my kids eat? And I haven't done that yet. So
Speaking of kids, Quincy, if you go to your inbox, I sent you a picture, and whenever you get a chance, just put it up and I'll change the subject then. But so tell us how do you get into law? Like, where'd you grow up and all that stuff?
Sure. I grew up in Dallas, so don't hold that against
Oh,
me.
we're not gonna. Okay. I don't know now. I don't know. Okay, keep.
I like to say that I was indoctrinated by my parents.
Okay.
So when my parents,
So you're a Cowboys fan?
oh no,
Okay.
I don't watch
Okay,
football.
so she's not crazy. Okay,
You know I don't watch football. I didn't even know the Super Bowl was going on.
Right. Neither did I. Neither did I.
So, but no, so whenever you're in kindergarten, and they ask you, what do you want to be? Dress up like whatever you want to be for a day.
Mm-hmm.
I picked lawyer, and my parents ran with it. And so every summer I was made to do something in the field of law before I could do something fun. And so I was indoctrinated.
Okay. And how did you end up here in Houston?
My husband. So I met my husband at UT, and he was from Humble, and he got a job here, and I came with him. I moved and started volunteering, started at the drug court, volunteered at Anderson Elementary, doing helping those girls learn how to compete in competitive cheerleading. Cheerleading, yes, I loved it. So I did that. They went to competition and won, and it was lots of fun.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other thing I did was I volunteered as a mentor for children that were in detention, so that they were locked up and their parents or siblings couldn't visit them. And so I would be on their list to make sure that they had a visitor every single week.
That's
and
nice.
So you would visit them?
I did.
I didn't know that was something that you could do.
Yeah,
so
I didn't either.
You could
unless
sign
you're
up to do
relative.
that.
Yes. So you go through a whole background check. There's a list of children who, for some reason, either there's no one there to visit them, or people that just don't qualify to be able to pass the screening to visit them. And so I did that at least twice a week during my law school classes, like in between.
And what is it like because now I'm curious. So like they're in juvie. Do you know a bit about them? Do you get to choose them, or how is that matched up?
No, I didn't get to choose who it was. You do get to learn a bit about them, meaning maybe things that they're interested in. And so as you start visiting them, they open up and they tell you a lot more.
So you get to visit the same ones over and over.
You didn't feel threatened?
No,
because some of them are something else.
A little girl named Jennifer probably contributed to the path that I went down of getting into child welfare and getting into the drug court. Just being able to visit with her and learn about her story, learn about the traumas that she's gone through, and the fact that I was the only person that she was able to hang on to and have conversations with.
Wow.
We even started Bible studying.
Wow.
And so it was great. I loved it. And so, yeah.
Because you start to see, so my first job out of high school, I know I talk about that. I find a way to bring the fact that I used to work at the prison into every episode. Maybe there's going to be another one. I do the my right, your left thing. I do the songs, and then I talk about the prison. So when I was a sergeant at the Central Unit, I became like not the shift sergeant, but call it operational review. And one of my tasks was to be the sponsor, or basically the sponsor or the chaperone for what they called peer education.
Sure.
So peer education is where you have, inmates that are teaching other inmates. They get credits for it. Sometimes it's part of their treatment plan. And one of the activities that they would do what's called the timeline. So they would start with birth and then where they are now.
Yes.
And then they would plot like major milestones in their life, when they graduated, when grandma died, when they had their first child. And then they would put things like the first time they did drugs. And I remember hearing 9, 11, and I'm like, you're not really supposed to engage, but I was like, excuse me, not to interact with y'all, but did you just say you did drugs at 9? And I was like, no offense, but give me a little more context. Like, how does this come about? And then what you start to see, and this is what really made me want to get into the work that I do today. I was like, oh, if I did drugs at 9, then this charge that you have is totally possible, because it paints the picture of everything that's going around that person. So, and into your point about being afraid, I wasn't afraid working at the prison. What I started to understand, even the most violent person on paper is not violent all the time. and it's certain things that trigger that
snap.
violence, right? But if you talk to them like a human being, you have nothing to worry about.
That's right. Yeah, I think that when you look and see the whole person and you're understanding the traumas and what shaped them, then I think that you can get past the moments that they may have that trigger them. And
so how do you end up being an associate judge for a family court?
Sure. Well, you're usually picked or vetted, and
Okay.
so I think that it speaks to your character in the community, in the legal community, because
Mhm.
usually it's someone that everyone respects, and that judge is going to vet you because obviously whoever they pick as their associate
So
judge,
they choose.
they choose.
Okay, so this is not elected. This is not a committee selection. This is the judge saying, "I choose you."
So the
why do you-
judge picked you.
Yes, yes.
Mhm.
And so how does that come about? Is it because there are relationships or that they see the work that you do and they
I think it can be both. So it depends on the judge. For me, I did not know Judge Waldrop. And so I believe that it was just a word of mouth and relationships
Wow.
that I had with others in my community. But I think it also speaks to the work and the dedication that I have to the families here in Harris County. But also specifically, I think when you're looking at associate judges that you're picking from the presiding aspect, you're looking at people who may have a specialty in certain things. And so I had a specialty in child welfare. I had a specialty in setting up the child support, financial support for children. And so just being able to hone in on those things, because those are aspects that come through the family court.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Miss Charlene, I don't know if you came to this meeting, but and we put this up. Let me tell you something. This is a beautiful. We don't have too many photogenic people on this show. And you and your entire family, tell us about the people in the picture.
Sure. So my daughter, that's Ava, and she is 11. And then my son is Michael Glover the third.
Oh, that is so cool.
And he is.
He looks just like his daddy.
Mhm.
Look at the eyes, Maury. Look at the eyes.
Very cute.
And he is 5, and he is something else. I had him during COVID, and so he grew up on the camera because I was doing court, and he was tied to me. So
That's true. So
he
he's
is
good.
very opinionated.
What are their hobbies now?
So my daughter,
Is she a cheerleader?
No, she would
Ooh.
never. She would never.
Really?
She plays volleyball, and she's really good.
Okay.
So she's plays club volleyball. And then my son, he's a natural athlete. So he's just kind of dibbling and dabbling into everything. Soccer, baseball right now, basketball. So yeah.
Is your husband an athlete, or what is he, a lawyer? What does he do?
No, so he is naturally athletic, but he's actually an HPD officer.
Huh.
So,
Look at you. Okay. Well, beautiful family.
thank you.
Beautiful family. When I was doing my research, I was like, oh, this
Yeah,
is
so
worthy of
pretty.
being up there. We're going to put this up there. Everybody don't have a family that you put up there. You know, some people you just
And
see.
that
and
is
you know,
true.
yeah. But no, this is you can put the Black House back up there. But no, this is really cool. So what is it like when you became an associate judge? Did you get an investiture and everything too?
We did do an investiture, and it was very nice. Very appreciated. I was able to bring my entire family down from Dallas, and so it was great. It was great to see my parents there, my dad holding my robe. So yeah, the whole thing. So it was very nice. Yes.
Okay. And then all of a sudden now you're an associate judge. Do you have an office as well?
Yeah.
Yes, I had an office. It was right off the courtroom. So the family courts, their associate chambers or courtrooms are inside, like kind of behind the scenes. And then my office was just around the corner from my actual courtroom.
Tara Taylor, Pat. I'm trying to think of some other people. There are a lot of folks that I know that are passionate about figuring out how child support works. I mean, it is like a hot topic. I would say 80%. 80%. You know who you are, okay? Of the friends that I know that had a child, okay, either married or not, are dealing with child support. Like it's like 8 out of 10. It is, and it's a very rigid thing. I think about Roshan Evans, who talks very openly about the fact that he's paying on time, but he's not able to see his daughter, and there's no enforcement of it. And I know part of it is like the Attorney General's office, and then part of it is also family court. Where's that delineation, just for people that are curious?
Mhm.
So usually your visitation and your dollars in child support don't necessarily, those are two different legal issues that you would be dealing with. However, if you're talking about getting back into court to enforce visitation because you're paying on time, if you're dealing with the government, there's lots of cases being filed. So that's probably part of the problem, is just the number of cases that
And
are
getting
being
through
filed
them.
and getting through the filings.
Backlog.
It's a backlog everywhere. We have so many cases in child support, so many cases in family court, so many cases in juvenile court. And I think we've all talked about the criminal courts being backlogged. Yeah.
So from your experience as an associate family court judge, if you had a magic wand, because you obviously have a different view than any of us have ever had, what do you think are one or two things that would make a drastic difference?
Well, I think that I'm going to kind of answer your question and kind of not. One of the things that we need to do is increase the number of courts that we have on the juvenile side. We have not added any courts to the juvenile system since 1970.
Really?
But we've had a complete population increase here in Harris County.
Yes.
And so that it has not kept up. The other problem that we have is, I think, is space as well. So if we created these courts to deal with our population, where do we put them? And so I think that's always.
They would have to build new buildings to have
Mhm.
court. Being that you were a judge during COVID.
Yes. Well, I was not. I was an attorney during COVID.
You're an attorney.
Yes.
During COVID,
Oh, okay.
were there efficiencies? Like, were there things that were like, oh, we need to just keep doing this like this, that changed once COVID was over?
Yes. So I think the greatest thing that came out of COVID was knowing that there is an ability to give greater access to courts by having virtual court. So in the population that I've always worked with, there's always been a barrier to just getting to court in Houston. And so everyone knows driving to court with traffic, even if you're in your car, that takes a long time.
Parking.
But imagine if you had to take a bus or two
Oh my
buses to
gosh.
get downtown. The parking is expensive, but imagine if your court date got set on an Astros game day.
Yeah.
How would you pay for parking?
Imagine if you
be
work second
hard.
shift at Target. Now you got to take off a shift. That's going to impact your paycheck 2 weeks from now. Whereas if you could do Zoom court on your break or take off 2 hours to be able to do that. Another thing that I always wonder about, and I guess there's no way around it, people get a court date, everybody goes, they sit down. You're just sitting there.
Yes.
And then they do the roll call. It's like, what is this? Do we not? Where's the run of show? Where's the judge? Is she here? And you just really don't, probably not. Because sometimes you see them, but she just got here.
Yes.
I mean.
Yes. And I think that's what has happened, at least in the courts that I've recently practiced in, is being more amenable to having the virtual courts and being more amenable to actually giving time slots. And so I think when they're doing the virtual court and giving the time slots, it works with a working family. It works because they can say, hey, I'm going to take my lunch break at this time. And the court has said it's going to be 30 minutes or it's going to be 45 minutes. And so that has really helped with access to courts.
And so then you come up with the decision to run for the 315th Juvenile Court.
Yes.
Tell us about that decision, how you came about it, and what it's been like so far that you've been on the campaign trail.
Sure. Well, I'm just going to be really blunt. The reason I ran for the 315th is because as a taxpayer, looking at the way the court is being ran, I want a refund. So I don't know how to say it any better.
If you want one, we need one too.
Yeah,
we all need a refund if that's the case.
We need a refund. So our money is not being well spent at the 315th. Tell us more. And it's interesting because, we were saying this a little bit outside. the courts are really confusing. Like with everything else with Congress, it's like, okay, they go to DC and they have an office downtown and here are the issues that they do and this and that. With the courts, it's, I don't know if it's intentionally this way, but it's very obscure and it's very like, people don't really understand the differences between them.
Sure. Yeah. And so obviously I can't get a refund. So the only option is to run. So if I want to make a change and I want the public to know about why there should be changes, then I've got to run. And so that's what I'm doing. And so I'm here.
You got a good name.
Yeah.
You got a great name. And I say this, Gloria, right?
Yeah.
Who knows a bad Gloria, right? And Gloria is kind of one of those throwback names.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like Harold. They don't make any new Harolds.
No.
There are no Harolds born after like 1966, right?
True.
What is Ethels? There are no Ethels. There are no bad Ethels either. So what's cool about Gloria, you got Gloria Estefan.
Yes.
Right? What are some other Glorias?
Gloria Gaynor.
Gloria Gaynor. Who's Gloria Gaynor?
She's a singer. What
What
is
she
that?
sing?
I will survive.
I will
I
survive.
will survive. Yeah.
Oh, I know it's not even matter love. I know I live life. Love got all my love to give. I will survive. I will survive.
Yeah.
Hey,
Gloria
hey.
Gaynor.
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe she'll survive. She'll be judged. Maybe. Gloria
I'll survive.
Sanchez Glover. GSG. Right?
Yes.
There you go. So now you're running for who did you tell first and who was like your like committee to like, oh, should I do this or not? Who did you tell first?
My husband.
Oh,
So I had to get him
Michael
on board.
Glover Jr.
Yes.
And what did he say?
He's very supportive.
Okay.
He's extremely supportive. So he's the one that's holding everything down and making sure the kids get to all of their activities.
Look
and
at
so
that. Why you going out here doing all this stuff? You going to these forums? Have you started filling out? Let me tell you, I think it's hazing for candidates the way they do these the screening forms. The screening forms, it's like all the different organizations that want you to do book reports, essentially dissertations,
Yes.
to get their endorsement. So you're doing a lot of that.
yes, I did a lot of those. Most of those came in, and it is hazing because it was around Christmas.
Mhm.
So when you have to fill out all of those.
But you did, I mean, you were in law school, so you know how to like, and I'll get with you later. ChatGPT can do a lot of that stuff for you. And no, don't do ChatGPT because then you get caught up like some of these other candidates. But
Words that they don't really use.
they
on a
don't
regular,
really,
and you can tell.
and you can tell because
It's
some
like a
people,
book report.
you're not supposed to
kids.
copy paste ChatGPT.
Right.
You're supposed to use it for inspiration, right? Now I've been writing long posts for a long time before ChatGPT, so I may use it for inspiration. But some of them you could just tell it's got some people in a chokehold. ChatGPT, and then you have some of these people. What is it with the people, and it's normally older folks
Yes.
that do this like image thing, right? Where they do the ChatGPT AI images, and then they share it, and then people in the comments like, "Oh, that's beautiful," and I'm like, and then they're saying thank you, and I'm like,
You didn't say
it's
that.
not
You
you.
copied it. Copy paste it.
not even that. No, I'm talking about the images. They'll do the image, and it'll be like their face basically, but a lot slimmer, and it'll be like, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
One of my aunts does it a lot. I'm not gonna call her out because I'm not getting cussed out. I'm not getting cussed out. I get enough of that from y'all on Facebook with these races, But
Yeah.
but no, people do that. I don't know what that is about. You can touch up some stuff.
But don't go overboard with it.
Yeah. And it's a few people where I'm like, do we need to call someone? Do we, if you do one more profile picture upgrade, if you change your profile picture one more time this week, there are people that need to be called to make sure you're all right. And so you're running for a judge. You're going to a lot of different events.
Yes.
Is this your first time running for office?
This is my first time.
What is the
Oh.
most shocking thing about being a candidate that you wouldn't have expected before you ran that now is like a reality?
I think the time commitment of going to work all day and then never going home until after 10 o'clock. I used to think I was busy because I was working and I was a mom and I was doing all of these
Yeah,
things.
yeah.
I was not busy
Yeah.
until now.
Yeah.
So
And
that
then you have to constantly be on because it's like you're in sales basically constantly everywhere you go.
yes.
Folks are asking questions, this and that. They want to know who you are. You can't go to a forum and sit in the corner.
You cannot.
You
No,
cannot.
you can't.
I ran for state rep in Michigan, and I used to get in trouble because I'm a very outgoing person
Yes.
until my light goes out. And then I'm sitting in the corner by myself listening to music on my phone with my headphones in. And people are like, are you okay? Because you were just doing all this stuff. And it's like, no, my social battery has tapped out. I would go to forums and I would perform, I would do the whole thing. But as soon as it's over, I'm in the car in the parking lot. And they're like, Darrell, where are you? Come in here and talk to these people. But you just run out. People don't understand after the fifth person in line.
Yes.
You're like, oh my God, I ain't got no more in me. Right.
Yes.
But you can't do that because you're a candidate. And that's that person's first impression of you.
That's
Mhm.
right. My mom had to remind me because I'm definitely a yoga pants sweatshirt person. She was like,
Mhm.
now while you're running, you can't go to the grocery store in your yoga
You
pants
can
and your
because people
sweatshirt.
will know who you are. And you don't know who they are. You don't know that they know you over there squeezing avocados. And what is it with avocados?
Mhm.
They have to be the right texture.
Let me tell you, I don't know what it is because I ordered from Costco.
Yes.
They come hard as a rock. Okay.
Mhm.
And so you put them up and it haven't been 2 days. They're all bad.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm like, I just got them. They were bad. They were rock hard. So were they good when yesterday?
I don't know.
It's crazy.
Like
It makes
bananas.
bananas.
They go
yeah.
bad too.
I
real
kind of
quick.
like, okay, it's going to sound kind of gross.
Oh.
I like a brown banana.
You do?
Oh.
I like a brown, but a nice soft banana. Same thing with peaches, nectarines. When they get a little soft,
Oh,
that's
no.
when they're really good.
Mhm.
That's when they're really good. But no, avocados. So speaking of food, you're from that. Which high school did you go to in Dallas?
So I'm outside of Dallas. I went
Mesquite.
to Red Oak High School.
Oh, Red. Oh.
By Waxahachie.
No,
Waxahachie.
No, it's very
No?
country.
Oh, yeehaw.
Yes, very.
When your transmission's got you down and your motor falls apart. Called
I know. I can't think
No.
of the name that song.
You don't need a brand new car. We still believe in value and we'll take it on to you. At Thunderbolt, we'll fix it right and we guarantee it too. You don't know that?
I
Because
do, but I
neither
can't
of y'all,
think
No, I
neither of
don't know
y'all are
that
from
song.
Houston. Quincy knows. We put the yeehaw back in your Motoran transmission.
No, I
Quincy,
don't
did
know.
you remember that? See,
That's old.
that,
though.
you-
How
but
old
she,
is
but
it?
you're not from here. You didn't hear it anyway.
No,
You didn't
No.
hear it, and you didn't hear it either.
I'm not
No.
from
You
here.
didn't hear it. There's a lot of, there's a
Wow.
lot of like Houston-esque stuff. Marvin Zindler, Eyewitness News. You remember that? Okay,
Mhm.
you were here for that. There's a bunch of other
Mhm.
stuff,
Mhm, Marvin.
you know. But yeah, it's great. I lived in Dallas. I moved to Dallas working for Texas Organizing Project, and you probably met with them. You probably filled out one of their screening things. But they moved me to Dallas, and I told people I was from Houston, and that's when I found out about the rivalry. I had
Oh, yeah.
no clue. The person across the hall from me was like, "Oh, where are you moving from?" And I was like, "Houston," and he was like, "Sorry to hear that."
Yeah.
I was like, "What?" So yeah, it is really a thing.
There is definitely a rivalry between Houston and Dallas.
So,
Yes.
what are some of your favorite Houston places to eat?
It's a chain, but I really like it.
Is that you?
Oh, no.
Look at this. If y'all could have seen the look
No,
on
it ain't me.
Charlene's
'Cause I'm
face.
looking. No, mine is on. Violet.
That's very
I done cut
interesting.
it off.
I know.
Oh,
It's
Lord.
like, what's going on? A lot of places have changed. Like a lot of
Yeah.
places, like Whataburger used to be borderline restaurant quality.
Mhm.
Oh,
Whataburger, when they were in the brown bag and used to get a little bit of the grease around the bottom, those were good times. The fries were good, the burgers, everything has changed. Ninfa's on Navigation, I used to shut that place down regularly.
Mhm.
And I think I was saying it the other day, the bartender who used to work there, interestingly, he was sober. But he was like one of the best. He was the bar manager, and anytime somebody ordered a drink, and if it was wrong or if they said no salt but it was salt, I just hung around, and he would just give me all those drinks. I've had to leave my car at Memphis. This is back in my 20s, though, not recently. I would leave my car and walk home. I live right there on Canal, and yeah, those were the days. But a lot of food has changed. So, where's some of your favorite places?
I like Lupe Tortilla. I love their beef fajitas.
Ooh,
Those are very good.
Okay.
So that's
which
probably,
location?
There's one in Kingwood,
Okay,
not too far from my in-laws' house, so I usually do that one. Or there's also one way up north in the Woodlands.
Oh my gosh!
But I'm from the north side.
Okay,
so,
okay. We ain't gonna hold that against you either. I see we got Monique Alexander Jackson. We got Claude Foster here. Y'all put in the comments where are some of your favorite places to eat, Miss.
I like
Shirley?
Mickey's Cafe. They have
You
chitlins.
said that the other day.
They have chitlins, and I normally get them the first of the year.
I
get in a long
have
line.
Never understood that.
I love it.
Chitlins. I mean, just the smell, and then I mean the after product. I've never gotten it. I mean, just that smell makes me just dry heave. My grandmother used to do chitlins. Crawfish, I don't understand.
Oh, I don't understand.
I just don't get it. I have never understood it. I think it's one of those things that people just like pretend, like, oh, I love me some crawfish, like to be cool or something. But I don't get why anybody.
Well, they tear it apart to get the little meat.
They do, and then it's all of it. It's like a sunflower seed. You do all of that,
or a little piece
all
of
of that, and then I don't get it. Like, are they raw? Are they cooked? Are they? Give me a crawfish etouffee. I'll do that. I do not like to work for my food. I do not like to do activities.
Yes.
Right? I do not like crab and all of this. And then you get the stuff all over your hands, all over your stuff. I don't like to do it. I don't know.
Yeah.
What are some of the things? So you have a family, you have a beautiful family.
Yes.
So who cooks, you or Mr. Glover?
We both do, but neither of us, would I say, are excellent cooks.
Okay. Gotta ask the kids about that. Gotta ask them. Who would your kids say they like to eat? Whose food do they like better, probably?
If I were in the room, they probably would say, "You're the best cook, mommy."
Okay.
But if I'm not in the room, probably my husband.
If it was a blind test, they would choose.
They would choose my husband.
What would be their favorite thing that he cooks?
Oh, he loves to cook pasta, seafood pasta, some Cajun. And so they like that. And so he usually, cooks it all with a little bit of wine, sherry wine. So yeah, I think just to save my feelings, they would say
say that, yeah.
But I don't think so.
What about you, Miss Shirley? What do you like to cook?
I like my husband's chili. We call it Jones brand chili. He puts sausage.
He cooks it from scratch?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It's chili, and I like his spaghetti. He's the cook.
Okay.
I'm just I get the plates out and everything, but he does the real deal.
The real deal.
I love his cooking.
Yeah.
Mark Jones. Shout out.
We started the show with Sweet Thing by Rufus and Chaka Khan. Mm-hmm. That's what, I grew up listening to around the house with my parents, grandparents, this and that. What is on your playlist these days? What's on repeat? I'll go first.
Okay.
I don't know if have you ever heard of Ari Lennox?
No.
Okay. So that's homework. You got Ari Lennox.
Okay.
Her new album just came out. And then you got Duran Bernard, who just won a Grammy. Have you heard of Duran Bernard?
No.
Okay. So you got two assignments. You got two homework assignments.
So
when you're traveling from these different civic clubs and super neighborhoods and this and that, you got Ari Lennox, Duran Bernard, and then Jill Scott. Jill Scott is coming out with a new album. It actually comes out in a few days. I think she said February 13th. I'm actually planning to go see her in Atlanta next month, March 26th. Who's on repeat on your playlist?
So I shocked my daughter that before Bad Bunny was on for the halftime show, I actually run to Bad Bunny because his music it just gets you moving.
Fire, fuego. Yeah.
Yes. You don't have to know what's being said.
Yeah.
You don't have to know everything. It's just the beat of it is just great for working out. It's very contagious.
Yeah.
So she picked up my phone and my earpods, and she was like, "Are you listening to Bad Bunny?" And I was. So Bad Bunny, and then I'm always a throwback. I love Lauryn Hill,
Okay.
Mariah Carey.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm very
Lauryn
throwback.
Hill did that one album, Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, and she just wrote it out. But sometimes you can do that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Anita Baker did very similar. Anita Baker didn't
Yeah.
put a lot of albums. What about you, Miss
I
Shirley?
like Charlie Wilson and the Gap Band.
Okay.
And I like the Whispers.
Okay.
Luther.
Oh,
old school.
Old school. That's what you
Old
never
school.
listen to any. And how do you listen to music? Do you listen on the radio? Are you listening on YouTube? Are you on
Sirius
Pandora?
XM has a show. They got Heart and Soul. They got several channels that you can listen to that
Mhm.
take you back.
There you
anytime.
go. Go back to high school, whatever that was for you.
Mhm.
What were you doing? Now you say you you would volunteer with the cheerleaders. So were you also a cheerleader?
I was. So I cheered in high school on my competitive squad for my high school. And I actually,
Mm.
while I was in high school, I coached another high school in their competitive squad. I know.
Oh,
Wow.
Yes.
I've never understood cheerleading. I've never understood. I was in a band, right? We had practice. I knew what we were doing in
Mhm.
practice. We were playing music. We were learning songs.
Yes.
The cheerleaders also had practice,
Yes.
and sometimes their practice was just as long.
Yes.
It's like we were, and I would be like it's like, defense, go
Mhm.
blue,
Yeah,
go
yeah.
big blue. Like, other than that, I mean, does it really take all? What are y'all doing in rehearsal for cheerleading?
So I did both. What you would say, the chants
Okay.
things. You do have to learn those. But the part of cheerleading that I liked was actually the stunting. And so the acrobatics.
Oh, like
So I was the
they
top.
throw-
And so I'm the person that's being
Oh.
tossed.
At the top? Oh,
Yes.
Lord,
I'm the
yeah.
Was that
person.
scary?
I loved it. I think now as an adult, I would say, oh no, that's
Wow.
kind
And
of
you
scary.
have to trust those people underneath because they could make you be paralyzed like they did in Prairie View. The young
Yeah.
lady cheerleader jumped and she's paralyzed. I mean,
Yes.
That is
It
wild.
is very dangerous, and schools have to have a lot of insurance because
Oh
of
my
the danger
gosh.
of it. But that's the part of cheerleading that I would coach was
Okay.
the actual mechanics of stunting and building
Nice.
stunts. And so
And when did you start doing that? Because there's a father-daughter team that was like on Instagram a
the
little
little
while
girl,
ago. The little girl.
yeah,
Yeah.
she's bigger now.
Yeah. Is he still throwing her around?
Yeah,
yes,
Wow.
she's I don't know how old she
I
is,
gotta look
but
them up, but I remember when she was little
yeah,
and
he
they were
would
doing
be
it.
throwing her
Yeah.
around and she was handling it. She could hold
And
her own.
sometimes, she
She's
would be
little.
she'd be nervous or whatever, and he was like, "You got it." He would give her like the
Yeah,
be
throwing her
firm or
around and
whatever the thing
stuff.
is. Do they teach you how to fall?
they do. So there's a proper way to fall. Sometimes it doesn't always happen, but yes, there is definitely a proper way to fall and proper ways to try to catch someone that's falling. So, and you learn all of that. But
Wow.
I started when I was 4.
Oh, so then by the
Mm.
time you
You were in gymnastics?
you're good.
I did not take to gymnastics. And so the good thing about being so small, because I'm only 4'11", is that I was
Yeah,
never
You're
on the
4'11"?
floor.
Small.
I never know. See, I'm only 5'5".
I'm 5'2".
So I didn't
Yeah.
even recognize. Okay.
Yes.
Wow. So it's easy to just, yeah.
Yes. So yeah, I was never on the floor anyways to
Yeah.
tumble. I was
And
always on the top.
and so where'd you go to law school?
South Texas.
South Texas. Okay. One of my friends, Courtney Alexander, went to South Texas. And so you go to law school. What advice do you have? There could be somebody who's watching. We had what's her name? Marquia Bordeaux on here who
Yeah.
talked about it a little bit. There are a lot of people. Tara Taylor, who's talked about taking the LSAT and going to law school. Tara Taylor really wants to go to law school. I think she'll be a great lawyer. And a few other people. What advice do you have to someone who's going to take the untraditional route? So they're already degreed and they want to figure out how to make it work. I think South Texas is one of those places where that could
Yeah.
work.
Yeah, that's definitely. And I took an untraditional route, meaning I went from undergrad and I stayed out of school for about 4 years. And I worked because although I thought I wanted to go to law school, I wanted to make sure that
Yeah.
that's what I wanted to do.
Are you glad that you went?
I am very glad that I went. I'm glad of the type of law that I got into
Mhm.
because I think seeing my husband wake up every day and want to go to work and be
Mm.
excited
Oh,
about
he looks forward to go to work.
he loves going to work.
Really?
He loves being a public servant and being able to give
It's a
back.
fun job.
It's a fun job. It's a very
fun job.
it can be a very fun job. And I think I have that now.
Yeah.
It's just it's not really a job. It's something that I
It's
enjoy doing.
service.
Service.
It's
Yeah.
service. And so your kids are
Mhm.
5 and 9 or 5 and 11?
5 and 11.
5 and
Mhm.
11. It is such a cool. Your 11-year-old is about to be a teenager.
Yeah.
You know,
And you can
Patrick's
tell-
daughter's birthday is today.
Is it?
She's 13.
Oh,
And I remember
13.
like it's crazy the way time works because I moved to Detroit in 2020, beginning of the pandemic. He moved shortly thereafter. She must have been what, 8? And now she's 13.
Yeah.
Seeing pictures of her at 8, seeing pictures of her at 13. These are two different people.
Mhm.
I haven't changed that much since 34 and 39. You know, I put on a little weight, you know.
Yeah.
But other than that, I'm still the same person. She's a totally different person from 8 to 13.
Yes, they are.
Is that a joy?
It's a journey.
Okay.
With little girls, it's a journey. You know, they go from being
Uh-huh.
sweet to up and down. So she's kind
Wow.
of up and
Puberty.
yes, she's very up and down. So I'm not sure it's a Sour Patch Kid. I'm not sure if it's
Ah.
going to be sweet or sour.
At the time. Well, that's
Wow,
so
that's a
interesting.
good way to put
Yeah.
it.
I see we're joined by Karen Hart Hassan. You know her?
Yes, I
She
do.
also works at the
Co-worker.
post office. Y'all used to literally work together? Really?
Asher West.
And
Out there off of Highway 6 in Westheimer. That
So,
way, yeah.
did
Highway
Miss
6.
Kathy work with y'all too, or just around the
Kathy worked
same?
around us.
Okay,
Yeah.
but y'all knew of each other.
Uh-huh.
Very good people that
We
worked at the
knew,
post office.
we knew
Yes.
each other. Yep.
Very
We
good.
did.
Very good people. So, if you win this race, what can people look forward to? Like, I remember when Jeremy Brown became a justice of the peace,
Mm-hmm.
and oh my gosh, he just like unleashed the progressive like services and this and that.
That's so
I don't know what
weird.
that is. The call is, are you calling somebody? Are we accidentally?
No. I
That
have
is
no
good. Let me
idea.
find out you're recording me. I know in Texas, listen.
I know it ain't me. It's all I know it ain't me.
Yeah.
Darrell.
I'm gonna turn this off
Normally
because I
it's
have
me.
no
That is
idea.
wild. It's like it's trying to call somebody. That's why.
I have no idea. Ever since I got an update on my phone has been
Everybody
acting
has been
so
complaining.
weird.
It's an iPhone.
Yes, an
Everybody has
iPhone.
complained. Have you seen
Okay.
online? Everybody's complaining about the new update. I don't sleep with my phone plugged in all the time, but it won't update unless you're charged up with, you know.
Mhm.
Yeah. I usually fall asleep to podcasts. I love the murder things. I don't know what it is. I just love stuff like that where it's like the wife, you know, murdered the husband and she doesn't know that the people know. And so they're interviewing her. And then you find out like they already have the case against her. They didn't got her phone and the cell phone pings, and she's just in there just lying, not even lying right, you know, because she doesn't know what they have. What are some of your pastimes? Like I said, I listen to podcasts like Live from the Black House, right? Yeah, up there, see, Live from the Black House. I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I close my blinds and I listen to Joe Rogan.
Listen to what?
Joe Rogan. I get up, I close my light, turn the lights off.
The pillow guy?
Huh?
The pillow guy?
No. Joe
Joe
Rogan.
Rogan.
Now,
The
Joe
pillow guy.
Rogan has had the pillow guy on, but Joe Rogan is like and I don't agree. I listen to people that I don't agree with. So like
Yeah, see what they're saying. Yeah.
him, because sometimes he has fascinating people on. Theo Vaughn is
Mhm.
like, wow, I love Theo Vaughn. Tim Dillon has actually choked me up laughing. But he's like smart funny.
Mhm.
He's like Frasier funny. Like you have to be along for the ride to get the thing, but it's worth it.
Uh-huh.
Do you listen to podcasts?
I don't listen to podcasts. Not at all, really. I know. I have so many people in my office that listen to the murder mysteries and they're
Yeah.
always like,
Oh,
oh,
they're so oh.
I know. I do not listen to podcasts though. I do watch a lot of television.
Oh,
So-
like what?
Mhm.
Okay. So right now I just started the Bridgerton. So
I like Bridgerton.
Okay,
They only
okay.
got 4
it's
episodes.
4 episodes, so
And
I
the next
binge
one's
watched
end of the
them.
month.
Did you watch the
Sunday.
old ones too? Like at the time when it was popular?
Yes. So I've watched all the old ones,
Me too.
but
Okay.
they had the 4 episodes that
I
came
like the
out.
first
So
one the best.
I liked the Charlotte when she was
Oh
young.
my God, under the bed with the husband.
When they showed her when she was young.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Then he just
Yes.
And see, I don't know anything about it. But you know what I
Oh.
did start watching? And it's topical. It's topical for this. Sisters-in-Law.
Okay.
So Jolanda Jones, Juanita Jackson,
Mhm.
Vivian King, and like some other people. It was a combination of like the Real Housewives, but then they would also talk about like a little bit about their clients.
Okay.
But normally when they do stuff like that, it's not good because they usually on a show like that pick the fairy tale, like, oh, and now he got off with probation. And but one of them, Juanita's clients,
Mhm.
ended up, she was like, oh, I think he's going to get probation. He should be fine. This is great. They go to court and they're like, no, 2 years TDC or 4 years TDC. And to see her just, I mean, and I was like, wow, I never thought about that. I never thought about the fact that similar to a doctor,
Yes.
like a doctor has a patient
Mhm.
that codes and that messes up not only his day, but probably his week.
Yeah.
Like Juanita knew the wife and the kids, and then we got to meet the wife and the kids, and you're watching the show thinking like, oh, he's going to get off. They wouldn't put it on here if he was going to. No. And it was like, that was it.
Yeah.
They banged that gavel. They came and put those cuffs on him. And it was like, oh my gosh, it's just like that. Like he thought he was coming home that
Uh-huh.
day. And
went to jail.
to jail waiting to go to prison.
Mm.
And to see her response, like she was crying. And it's like, wow, now she's just supposed to go on with it. She may have had other cases to go to and others, stuff to do that day that ruins it.
Yeah. A lot of the things that we do as attorneys result in secondary trauma.
Wow.
Yeah.
Secondary trauma.
Secondary trauma.
I can.
Because now this person who's going through this thing. How do you deal with that? Like what, or not just you personally, but how does a lawyer try to deal with that?
I think, well, I can definitely say what I do with the child welfare CPS cases, you have to have a mechanism to deal with it, to be able to keep going, but be able to separate and make sure you're not taking that out on your family or your children.
Yep.
Being able to compartmentalize, but you do want to not disconnect, because if you
Yes.
disconnect, then I think that you are losing your passion to be able to represent.
Like your opponent.
Maybe a little bit, and that kind of gets back to why I'm here
Yes.
running.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that in the 315th, there's just been a disconnect from that entire docket, meaning that entire child welfare docket is either being assigned or transferred out to other judges that we didn't vote for. And so that's why I started out, well, I wanted a refund.
Yes.
And because I can't get a refund, this is my passion. I want to see those children and families get their resolution in front of the judge that we elected. And I want that to be me.
Have y'all had a debate? Are y'all going to have a candidate forum or anything like that?
We haven't had a
judge?
candidate forum. Not, I think there are some other forums where you have specifically like the county attorney having
Yeah,
a specific forum, but you don't really see that for the judicial races.
Can they do that? Like, but what would it even sound like? Because from what I understand, you can't even ask about anything that could be a case.
That's right. Yeah. I don't think that you can ask about what could be a case, but you could ask questions so that the public is more informed about what type of cases go through that specific type of court, what policies, what judicial philosophies are currently in that court. And if there's a challenger, how would that change? What would that look like? And so I think that you were talking about earlier, the mystification of court.
Yes.
Maybe that would bring down the barriers for the public to be able to see and understand, hear what's going on in these courts after we vote for judges.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's a really confusing thing because for every other race, you can give an affirmative, this is what I want to do, and this is what and I guess judges can do the same thing, but it's not as explicit
Yes.
because it has to be like within like the rules.
Yeah. Yeah. You have to make sure, because the idea of court is that everything is going to be fair.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not going to give any definitive answers to any, let's say, hot political topics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to do that. You want to follow the law and be fair to everyone who walks in the courtroom. But I
Mhm.
think you can say some specific things. Like I can say specifically for the 315th,
Mhm.
if I am on the bench, I'm going to hear the child welfare cases. You're not
Mhm.
going to see me assigning those cases out to other judges.
Can you talk a little bit about what child welfare cases are? Like, what is that?
Sure. Those are all of the cases that come in because there's been an allegation, or sometimes there's been a finding that there is a child in our community that's being abused or neglected.
Oh
And
my
so
gosh.
anytime a child is being abused or neglected, those cases get filed with the Harris County Attorney's Office.
Mhm.
And then they go to one of our juvenile courts, or if there's
The district attorney or the county attorney?
the district attorney.
District attorney
I'm
does it.
sorry, no, county attorney. Sorry.
Oh, so it goes to the county attorney?
So the
Hmm.
the Harris County Attorney's Office is the one who handles the cases for child welfare. So DFPS.
Really?
Yes. So DFPS is a client of the Harris County Attorney's Office. Yes.
Oh.
And so
Department of Family
and Protective
and
Services.
Protective Services.
That's right.
Yes.
Why did they put that with the county attorney
Yes.
versus the district attorney?
Because the filings are civil. And so the DA's office is going to be criminal. And then the filings that we're making are going to be civil.
Why would they be civil though if it's
Sure. So there can be two. You can have a criminal case, meaning the
Mhm.
abuse or neglect rises to the level that the DA's office picks it up for you-
abuse?
Yes.
Okay.
But on my side, what we're doing is whether or not the child can go back to their family or their parents. And so a termination of parental rights falls
Mhm.
within the civil section, and that's within the family code.
This is just
Yeah,
so
it's a lot. It's a
confusing.
lot.
Because you would think it would be criminal, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, but I'm not a lawyer. I don't
it's a
know.
lot.
But I'm just like, that is, does it, I mean, wow. I'm just so glad I didn't go to law school. No offense. I'm just, it was a moment, and I'm just, wow, I get to sit here and talk to people. If you weren't an attorney, so I went to this school called the High School for Law Enforcement, Criminal Justice
Okay.
for 3 years.
Yes.
And then they expelled me.
Okay.
And I went to Westbury. I graduated from Westbury. And it was interesting to see even the difference between, the High School for Law Enforcement at the time had like 650 students. Westbury had like thousands.
Yes.
And so even when you look at, I tell the story all the time about like growing up, I grew up on Selinsky Street at Crestmont Village Apartments. Neither of y'all are from here. Let's just say they've been condemned and tore down, and rightfully so. Well, next to Crestmont Village was Frost Elementary, and all my friends went to Frost. I mean, I used to, get out of school and come home, and you could just hear the kids outside just running around and playing. I always had homework.
Mhm.
I instead was sent to a different school. So even little decisions like that make a big difference in the end. You were talking a little bit about like the fact that there's family court, there's juvenile court. So you would actually, if elected, you would oversee the youth part of criminal, which you call
Delinquency.
delinquency.
Yes.
And see, I always thought delinquency was like when you miss too many days of school. What is that word?
Truancy.
No, yeah,
Yes,
miss
it's
the days
truancy.
of
I get them
school. It's the
all
same-
mixed
it's the
up.
same thing,
Yeah,
isn't it?
delinquency, truancy.
Yes.
Would this court see truancy cases too?
I think they do, but probably not. I haven't heard that as much. So it's
Juvenile.
it's
Mhm.
juvenile.
No, it's
Yeah.
juveniles. It concerns
That
them.
is really fascinating. And I think the further time goes on, we see more and more in schools. And I don't know what it is. I don't know what to attribute it to. I mean, I have my theories. They're not based on anything. I don't have a
Mhm.
PhD. I don't have a dissertation. But one of my guesses is that in the 90s, we played outside. I'm thinking I'm part of the last generation that played outside.
We did too.
interacted more with each other. We were more social.
Played in the rain. In
We
the boots,
played in the rain,
with
and
no
then I
problem.
feel like
Went trying to kill each other.
right, this new generation, it's like we fought,
Yeah.
like I remember
Fist.
in the 5th grade, Gregory Johnson was his name. And if you're here, okay, Gregory, yeah, yeah, hey, you know, you know how it went down. It went down. Gregory, he hit his growth spurt first,
Okay.
and I never got mine.
Ah.
I never got mine. But Gregory was a bully, and Gregory would just everybody, right? Well, when he got to me, I was like, hey, I may lose, but you gotta come on, give me what you got, right? And he beat me, he won, but he never did it again because he knew, you had to come on, come on. And then that was it. And then we were cool. Like he never messed with me. And then that was it. These days, they take guns to school. They,
Yeah.
it is. And then you look at social media. We didn't have social media.
No, we didn't.
Me and Gregory Johnson had to fight in the bathroom. Came out, the teachers didn't even know, right? These days, Gregory beats you up down on Facebook.
Yeah.
Now it's turned into something else. There's additional layers of all of it. And I think that does have something to say. I will also say, now, my mother and father separated, right? But my mom still knew what was going on. A lot of these parents today, and we see it in the public schools, in my opinion. Glory didn't say this. Charlene didn't say this. It's just a free for all. They just sending their kids to, and they're not being as involved as they used to.
No.
And I think that plays a big
Yeah.
role in it too.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a lot of things. Access to social media, access to a lot of, I guess, violence and
Mhm.
guns have been kind of just ingrained in our television shows.
Yes.
But
The music too. I mean,
one of the things I think that changed me when you were asking about did I have a celebration when I was an associate judge? My best friend from law school was actually killed a few weeks later at the Juneteenth celebration in Austin. And it was just a stray bullet, and it was actually juveniles. I think the youngest one was around 11 or 12 that was
What?
involved. And so
Mm.
that also impacted me
Yeah.
in being able to see that we have a real problem going
Yeah.
on, that unless we're providing some services and making sure that our families are getting those services to address trauma, then we're just raising children that are doing what they see
Yeah.
and what they hear.
And are calloused.
Yes.
Mhm.
I spent 3 years living in Detroit, which I feel is a cautionary tale. I mean, I remember living in Seattle, which I would say is on the other end of the spectrum. Living in Seattle, and a friend of a friend was moving from Houston to Seattle, and they were asking about some of the neighborhoods. And they were saying, well, I'm thinking about getting an apartment either here in Queen Anne or blah, 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 whatever place they named. And I was like, yeah, you'll be fine in either place. They were like, no, tell me. Like, is it like Fifth Ward or is it? I'm like, listen, what you're thinking does not even exist here.
Yeah.
Like, it just doesn't. And then on the other end, I will say, but there were certain times in Detroit where I was like, what is this? Can we get some order? Like, it's just a free for all. I remember, let me tell you, and I hope she's not watching because she is one of my Facebook friends, but hey, you know what happened, right? So when I was running for office, and you probably run into this too, you have a couple of people who really cut for you. They really just go above and beyond. Like,
Yes.
oh, don't worry about this. Oh, they meet you at the thing. They're staffing you and stuff. They made the copies. They there with the table. So now you feel like, okay, well, you invite me to a house party. I have to come, right? Because
Yes.
you done everything else. So this lady, and I almost said her name, but I'm not going to say her name. This lady invites me to a house party. I don't think it was like her birthday, but I think it was like somebody's birthday or something, but she really wanted me to come.
Mhm.
So you know how you drive into somebody's house and okay, I made it to the street. So now I'm looking for her number. So her address is 23. So I'm like, okay, 1718. Okay, so I'm looking on this side because it's the also get 17, 19. As I get closer, now there's cars up and down the street. There's a waft of smoke, right? A waft. Okay. And as I figure, okay, 21, 23, they are fighting in her front yard.
Oh,
They're
Really?
fighting.
oh,
They
no.
are. There's a group of guys fighting, fist fight, like
Oh no.
in the front yard.
Oh my God.
And so I'm like, I went from looking for a place to park to like a coolness came over me, and it was like, go home.
Yep.
Just
Yeah.
keep going.
While you can.
So
Yes.
while I'm driving by, they're fighting on the front, and I mean rolling around. It
Yes.
wasn't like a no, they were fighting.
Mhm.
And she's out there like separating it. I was embarrassed for her. I would have personally been embarrassed if somebody saw that. So I didn't want her to see that I saw, and I didn't want to be there. So I just like kept going. Apparently, she did see me. So she calls me and she's like, hey, I saw you pass by. If you couldn't find parking, just come back. Such and such left. I'm gonna put you right in the driveway. I was like, I went home. I'm on 75.
Ah.
I'm going home.
And she just could not understand why
You
I
didn't want to
didn't.
go back. Yeah, if somebody
go
could have
back.
really came back and got a gun.
That's what I'm
Yes.
saying.
It could
Yeah.
have really
And
gotten
shouldn't, and then
crazy.
in my head, I was like, in my head, like if something like that happened at my house, everybody would have left. We would have been dealing with that. But no, that was that particular instance. And I do know of people stray bullets because bullets
Yes.
don't have names on them. And what I started to understand was, oh, it's not just you being a good guy. It is, you don't even know where you'll end up. So that's why, like, to this day, I'm not trying to be out. What time it end? You know,
Right.
no, if it's,
Mhm.
no, it could end at 10. It better not start at 10. I'm sorry.
Right.
I just, and you can't eliminate risk, but
Yeah.
you can reduce it
You can reduce
by
it.
making different decisions.
That's right.
Well, I'll say it has been so cool hanging with you today.
Thank you.
Do you have any closing words for the people?
If I would say, well, I want everyone to pick me, choose me for the 315th. And the reason for that is because we need change. We need someone who's going to actually sit on the bench and actually hear these cases and care about our children and family. And I've been that person for the last 10 years, caring about our children and families. And I want to do that on the bench. I want to implement the services that our children need so that we can keep our families together.
There you go. Spoken like
Okay.
a true candidate. Well, thank you all for joining today. Now, here's what's cool, and I say this all the time. I say this to everybody who sits in that chair or that chair. It's the clips. Like, this is kind of like a live studio audience. They get to peek in. But no, I'm so looking forward to February 17th is the first day to early vote for Gloria Sanchez Glover,
Yes.
GSG, right? All the way through. And it's weird because it starts on a Tuesday because Monday is President's Day,
Mhm, the
Mhm.
16th.
the 16th, and then there's the gap before early vote, which is like what, March 2nd, 1st, and the
28th.
28th, yeah, 28th of
Yeah,
February.
3
So those are those 3 days. So be sure, go out there, vote. Please go look at who represents me, especially when it comes up because your race is countywide.
My race is countywide. Yes.
So GSG for the 315th. GSG for the 315th.
I like
you
it.
ain't even got to pay me for that. That's free. That comes
Thank
with the,
you.
comes with the comes with the podcast.
That's cute.
315th. GSG for the 315th.
Hey, that's a new cheer. We need
There
to put
you go.
some.
GSG to the
Uh,
315th. GSG to the 315th. You know? Hey,
Hey.
come on, whatever. Hey, that's what they do. Yeah. See?
Yes.
Okay. But yes, so early vote. See which districts you're in, especially in Congress, because it's very confusing. You know, they did this redistricting thing. So find out what that is. And yeah, GSG for 315. I don't know. I don't know who the other person is. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Because all you need to know is Gloria Sanchez Glover.
Oh,
That's right. Go with Glow.
Yes. Glow is in both of them, right?
Glow is in
Sand,
both.
Glow.
Glow.
Yeah,
Go with
glow,
Glow.
sand, glow.
I like that too.
Yeah. Look
I
at
like
we
that
just
too.
pushing them out.
And the
Well,
propositions too.
The
There's
proposition.
propositions that I just got
I'm
to
just so
research,
tired of these
research and see what the
propositions.
pros and the cons.
You know what it
are.
reminds me of?
I had a chance to
You
do
know
it.
when you like sign up for something new or you get a new phone and it's just like accept all terms and conditions. What's the worst that could happen? That's the way I look at it because it's a lot. I'm not gonna lie. For the 17 of them, I knew like 6. And the rest, I was
Yeah.
like, hey, roll it down. Here we go.
Which one do I want to pick? Yeah.
Right. Any, meeny, miny, mo. All right, y'all. Thank you so much. Now, last thing I will say, we're about to go to the event. Why do y'all let me do this? Why do y'all let me you know what? It's a good thing.
What?
Did I bring my laptop? I forgot I have a call at 6. Anyway, thank y'all and good evening.
Lil Kim. Lil Mama. Lil Kim. I can't hear you.
What's up, my
Lil
little
Kim.
yeah?
Lil Kim. Lil Kim.
My little yeah.
Oh, we hear you now, Lil Kim.
Let me put some lipstick on. You better get down, love. Get down, love. Get down. You still got it, Moji. You still got it.
What little mama? What's happening? You low. Where your mic? Oh, your mic right there. Y'all ready, man?
Yeah.
Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Just talk. Maybe you just talking soft. Maybe Quincy got to turn you up. Yeah, she just low.
What's up, lady? Can you hear me? Tell her to get the apple. Oh. That baby know what she want. Did you, Zane, did you see how? Okay, so did you get my message? Because you